Hi, chat. Relaxing, high intensity, hyped up gaming. Hopefully, anyway. Catch some damn fish. Need some damn fish. I tried to AFK fish today while I was hanging out with Alice and didn't catch shit. Which did mean I spent more time with my daughter, but the fish. Level 19, the dude is soaring. My stupid keyboard's broken. Like, it works well enough to play a game, but typing is the problem. I think I'm reeling this fish up through the bottom of the boat. What are you? A fucking bream? That's a first out here. Gimme. This is Ladoga Archipelago. It's a real lake in Russia, Ladoga. It's apparently quite cool. The newest one, yeah. It's giant, open. Blake, I like how you tell that man to how to fish when he's been playing for like 5 days and is like 7 levels higher than you. Oh, can't search like that, huh? Yeah, 4 levels higher than you. I'm not paying any attention. Oh, I'm way off the dick. Hey, Quaza. Get me back on that dick. Not you, Quaza. Unless you got a handsome dick, then maybe. I always forget what the little dinosaur is for, but it's super cute. Not very handsome, sorry. It's alright, dude. Dicks can be ugly. It's been Fishers only for like 3 days because I've been too lazy to change my title. And you were here yesterday, Ellie. You already broke the rules. Why stop now? I might have to find a new spot that's not the dick, which will be upsetting because then I can't just talk about dick all day. Dick's been quite the letdown. Now I know how all my partners feel. Like, that's a double dip because name and actual dick. I think Jenkins has just been fishing for sunfish all day. Just really loves sunfish. No, I'm just advertising my future dating site if Cranebold ever finishes it. Hi, Vidar. My wrist is sore already. Stupid old man. Oh, a real fit. No. Oh, it's still there. It's still there. I thought it popped off. It's been a day. It's alright. I had an okay day. Nothing good, nothing bad. Just a day. Regular old day. Are you a pike? Are you a pike? Is that your persona? I just hate how hard it is to net fish here. That didn't work. How'd I do that yesterday? And then look back? Nope, that didn't do it. Well, we got there. Let's try this with this, I guess. Oh, my spine. Hell yeah, fish. Way to bite. Oh, double fish? Are they actually worth something? I didn't think pumpkin sunfish were worth a damn. I respect the weird fish game. It's the best. What are you? What are you? A Xander? Oh, you're nasty warming them. Respect. Even better, dude. Anytime it's on a wacky worm, I support it. Cookie Mobster, thank you for the tier 2 in the 30 months. Hey, Lackert. How's Northgard? I thought the weather was supposed to get shitty here. That's why I came here. Tomorrow. Yeah. Can't wait for that storm. It's when Ladoga shines. Though the weather in this weather app in this game is about as bad as the weather in real life. It'll say stormy day and then storm for like 6 minutes and be sunny the rest of the day. Come on, big dick. I've never seen it say it's gonna rain and not rain. I've definitely seen it say it's gonna be cloudy and be like one cloud for 3 seconds. Whitefish? No, Rippus. Stupid weather. Why can't it just be more accurate? I blame Doge. He's a weatherman. Right down there in the drippy part of the dick. Maybe that'll be good. Somebody recommended this banana. I might go try that if things don't pick up here shortly. This is slow. That's also like the worst descriptor for that, but it's more of a boomerang than a banana. The weenus has felt pretty dead, yeah. I trolled it for an hour waiting for my kiddo to get off the bus and did really bad, like broke even. And now I've been out here like 17 minutes. Better than earlier. Hey Jenkins, I've been talking at you as if you could hear me, don't worry. Everything nice? Oh man, I forgot to check out 2 moons. For a brief second every night on this lake, the 2 moons reveal themselves. What the fuck is that? That's just a really bright star. A small sun. Maybe Jenkins. It's possible. Yeah, no, I had my kid all day, so I've just been AFK fishing. Left bottom rods at the whitefish spot. That was garbage. That place feels dead. Either that or it was some weather pattern or something. Oh no, you've got a fish as well? One of these fish ain't gonna get there. Is this right in the drippy part of the dick? It is like right in the dick drip. Someone grab my other rod. Man, I just wish I had a friend in the boat with me. Imagine if you could put a friend in your boat. It'd be so rare you'd need him, but like... clutch as fuck when he did. Right now my rod holder's acting just as well as a friend. I shall name you Steve. I think we're there. I think we pulled him all the way up. Just got flimsy rod. Oh, nice fish. Landed it easy. He wanted to make another run, and I said no. Hey, Proxy. Oh yeah, they're sunfish, bro. It's in their name. How's the fishing? Just got better there for a minute. We'll see if we can keep it up. Right there in the drippiest part of the dick. Right away, into another one. Yeah, I gotta work the dick. The balls were pretty hot for me last night, especially the bottom right ball that hangs lower than the other. That was hot for me, but that and where the base I love that it's super easy to describe it if you describe it as a dick. Where the shaft would, what is that term? There's a term for that. That fleshy bit above your shaft. That part. Got a hot date on PUBG. Not the weirdest place I've heard of for a date. Try not to team killer or him. Honestly, might just turn around and run that again. I think that really is the biggest problem out here that most of us suffer from. Lake's so big, when we find fish, we troll too far instead of just really beating the spot apart. Stupid broken keyboard. You like that you can just troll forever, yeah, and never. And you'll catch fish. I mean, you will catch fish just trolling in a fucking straight line across this bitch. But I don't think it's very profitable. Can be. Need lots of these. These are the money maker. I really wish you could set points on the map. Seems like something you should be able to do. Even if you couldn't, like, drive to them, but just so you knew they were there. What a beautiful sun. That's sunrise, bro. How would you know? Look at the clock that's underneath my camera with your x-ray vision. Or look at the compass and see that it's the east. Sunset's beautiful too because there's two moons. Because this is Tatooine. Tatooine has two suns. I don't know how many moons. My phone go buzz. I was gonna say I hope it snoods, and I'm glad I didn't. It was my mom. Oh, stuff in your pockets? Get out. Oh, it's cloudy, man. I'm excited. I hope it's gonna be a good rainy day. Oh yeah, bring it on. Pretty much. It's a giant lake in Russia called Ladoga. It's where Putin lives. My storm started before yours? Weird. Maybe you're like different, further from the storm, a different direction. Volgazander, like right outside of town, that top deep hole. So it's a far throw, but they're like always there. Super reliable. I don't know about islands or anything. The little sandy spot. Just on the coast from town. And throw towards that deep hole. It's like a 40-meter cast. But they'll bite even if you come up a little short. That lightning bolt seems dangerous. Let me look real quick. Taking my perfectly good fishing time. Like 97.39. Throwing at the 7.5 meter hole. Can you die in this game? Yeah, I've been killed by a bear. I've fallen in the lake. You're not supposed to be able to fall in the lake, but you know, boys will be boys, as they say. And then I think you can like hurt yourself by drinking too much and not taking care of your hunger and comfort. I don't know if death is an option. Hope nobody's seasick. You probably weren't until I mentioned it. Oh yeah, you're driving the four-wheeler all the lake on the four. That's how you get back on Amber. That's the shortcut. I do that all the time on Amber. Intentionally flip into the lake. You gotta flip it into the lake, and then you get teleported back to town. Meta gaming. Chad loves talking about fishing meta. Oof, it's choppy. That could definitely make somebody seasick. Don't look at it, Chad. Stare at the horizon. Or don't, I don't remember. Don't look down. I think down's probably safer in the game. The old balls let me down today. Too late to off your keyboard? Gotcha. Now your keyboard's broken too. Listen, boat. Do what I say. It's okay, Mama. Nothing too exciting. No, you rent the boat by the hour. Up to 5 hours at a time for a discounted rate. You can never buy a boat. The sun's been out here. Well, not like the sun, but it's been daytime here for like 2 hours. Stupid donuts is dark forever. Oh, that's a fish, I think, and not just waves. Little fish. Oh, that wave's coming for us. Oh, that one got that one got in here. We're wet. We're gonna need a bigger boat. There's not supposed to be perch on a rainy day. That's illegal. It's good sounding thunder. Hey there, little smelt fella. You can buy a house in this game, but it's a lot. I don't even really know what you get from the house. Ownership. Yeah, they had the house like last year, I think. It's like 40 grand or something though. So more than like the most expensive reel in the game. Did they add a second stupid expensive house? A mansion? I'd buy a fucking house if I could fish from it. Like if it had like a little deck and its own little dumb pond. Even if it had stupid fish in it. Is Russian Fishing 5 announced? I think Russian Fishing 4 is forever. I always call it rushing. Oh yeah, you get a free house on Mosquito, that's right, and then the quarry house is the buy one, that's how it works. I forgot. I hadn't really considered the house a thing I'd ever do. Probably the only people that know about Russian Fishing 3, 2, or 1 are the developers. It seriously seems like they're like one of their biggest mistakes in game dev was naming this thing Russian Fishing 4. And not being like, you know what guys, nobody heard of our first 3 games. Let's try a different name. Rename it Russian Fishing Forever. That would be a great name. Wow. Jenkins. Shame. Yeah, I gotta deal with a million of those comments. And where's the dynamite? They're supposedly, I mean, the next leg's supposedly not in Russia. So, like, the name's gonna be a lie. For the, for the longest time, I've told people it's called Russian Fishing because it's fishing in Russia, and I won't be able to say that anymore. God damn this bendy ass rod. Be slightly less bendy. I'm gonna have to stop to get this fish in the boat. There's a fish there somewhere. 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 Lift, you fool. Don't make... It's a salmon, that means. What, the sun's already back out? No! I told you that. I knew this was gonna happen. I was all excited about coming here on a stormy day. I got fucking 3 hours of storm. Fishing's okay at the moment. We're 40 minutes into our 2-hour boat ride. And I think we've just about paid for our boat ride, so that's pretty good. It's all profit from here. Get up here, you dumb motherfucker. Those are the big money fish. Them's the ones we're looking for. Dude, my character is certainly gonna have kidney stones. He lives on coffee. Sole source of nutrients now. Madrinus. You're gonna eliminate the pumpkin seed population, Jenkins. Let's not use that slogan. That's definitely not it. However, consuming no food, solely coffee, is probably bad for you. Don't. Ever since I quit pop, sugary pop, whatever the fuck, I've gotten like pretty crazy about counting my calories. And at this point, I'm like one step away from just not eating. It's just fun to transform your body. It's crazy how it happens, you know? Like, it seems simple enough, but I'm really intrigued by how much weight I can lose. Did I quit pop cold turkey? No. Well, yes. Yes. Technically, yes, I quit pop cold turkey. I drank other things, though. Madrinus is my sponsor, and they have, because caffeine was my thing. I didn't want to give up caffeine. They have some sugarless alternative drinks that are still sweet. I hated fake sugars forever. But it's weird now, I'm like totally used to them. But I always thought I'd never be able to do like any diet sodas or fake sugar stuff, but I haven't had a scale this whole time. So I've just been like watching my body, just eyeballing it. But I'm down to a cool 135 or 137. I should be specific. From probably like a 160. I'm just gonna see how shredded I can get. I'm going for like Brad Pitt and Fight Club shredded, and then I'll just start eating again. Who are you to say? Oh no, they're definitely a healthy weight for everybody. Because even like that super shredded look is borderline. You wouldn't want to maintain that all the time. I think it's like 12% body fat or something like that they recommend. Anything below that is like dangerous. I'm 5'8". And some people just wear that shredded. You know this, the 2JDM. Some people just wear that shredded look better than others too. Like the way fat hangs on everyone's body and is displaced on everyone's body is slightly different. I just want to know if I can do it. Happy fun time. Thank you for the 17 months. The staying full is easy. I have found plenty of food to stay full. The problem is the like I had never experienced this before because I usually just eat like super high calorie junk, right? Like my whole life has just been garbage. So it's super weird to be full and be hungry at the same time. Like that feeling of you need more sustenance, but knowing your stomach is full is a very weird feeling. I probably would have lost this much weight just quitting sugary drinks because I was like 600 to 900 calories a day in just sugar. But I figured if I was doing it, I might as well just like really commit to seeing. I think if I get skinny enough, I'll try to quit vaping. That way I won't be so angry about the weight it gained from quitting nicotine. Yeah, that was me. I was snacks and soda, dude. It was horrible. Not only did I give up soda, I gave up snacks. Like I still obviously I still have to eat food, but like I gave up snacks. I was eating like a box of Cheez-Its every 2 days. Like a family-sized box of Cheez-Its every 2 days. Just like as a bed snack, you know? Everyone's got a snack in their bed, right? I did. I used to always joke my bed felt like sleeping at the beach. Having kids is hard because the snacks are fucking everywhere. Though my daughter was super supportive the other day, we went grocery shopping to get her snacks, and I jokingly said, only get snacks I don't like, so she bought cucumbers. And she's just been taking cucumber to school as her snack. Smelt. I heard I was talking to a girl. Yeah, I was. I also looked over my shoulder and saw a girl's face. And then made fun of me for not having a girlfriend. And like not even in a nice way, but like an over the top ha ha ha. Mean child. Though she's supportive of my snack problem. Well, when we pour salt on them, like salt's not the worst thing. Your kid won't touch vegetables. That's extra funny because you're a trainer. My kid's the opposite. I ate nothing but fucking pizza and garbage. And she'd be like, Dad, can we get some vegetables and fruit? And I'd be like, I guess. Yeah, no, my kid will grab a bag of frozen vegetables and eat them frozen when she's like playing games and wants a snack. I mean, she's still a kid, so she's still like, picked out some fruit roll-ups to go with her cucumber, but I'm not a horrible. It's not horrible, but yeah, I'm not forcing her to never enjoy candy or snacks. He'll try anything you ask him to. That's good. Yeah, my kid's school did this thing, and I like think every school should do it. But they had this 2 bite club, and like once a week, this lady would come in with a bunch of foods that kids normally don't like, and try to get them to try it in different ways, with like dipping it in different sauces and things like that, like broccoli. My daughter loves broccoli, worthless food, and cauliflower, and a bunch of these foods that kids normally gross at, hummus and things like that. Uh, and it did wonders for her for eating more food and for wanting to try things. Because forcing a kid to try something, in my experience, goes like this. Try it. You might like it. No, I don't wanna. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. And then they bite it with a yucky face already on and spit it out immediately. So getting them to be interested in trying food through school was very cool. The physical act of eating food. I don't like textures with my food either. It's like a huge turn off for me with things. That's why I don't like a lot of vegetables more than their flavor. Like I really like the taste of peppers, and served certain ways, peppers are fine for me, but like biting into a raw pepper, even though I'm like, this tastes good, I'm like, the texture makes me want to throw up. Mushrooms are weird too. I'm getting better about it. I left the penis. I should have stayed there. Love mushrooms. Like celery. Celery's another very weird texture. I like mashed potatoes and applesauce though. I don't mind that one. I may have a rod, Yura, in my tent. If you want, I'll look. If it's in my tent, I'll never use it again. So, like, it's just literally garbage to me. Cottage cheese is your I've never actually tried cottage cheese. Not that I know of. Because it just looks fucking horrendous. People laugh at me still for this, but like, I think it's totally reasonable to look at something, smell something, and go, no thanks, and just not want to try it. It's not like we don't have enough food options out there. There's plenty of choices. And that's why I won't try baked beans. Look at them. Smell them. I used to love bologna as a kid, and then I gave myself like a wild taste aversion or something. I don't know. I just can't even look at the shit anymore. I don't know exactly what happened. I imagine I got really sick as a kid or something. But I used to fucking love that shit. Now I'm always afraid when I'm overeating things that I'm going to have that random effect with like pizza. Though if pizza didn't exist, I'd probably already be that shredded Brad Pitt in Fight Club look. Because that's like my one cheat food. Pizza. Ground beef with baked beans and a slice of white bread. Yeah, we didn't have any money growing up either. We ate lots of junk like Spam and stuff like that. But my mom also was... We didn't have a lot of money, and she was bad with money, so... We'd have like no real food but Reese's Puffs. Spam isn't the worst food, dude. Fried Spam is acceptable meat, honestly. I've had worse. And like I'd choose it over some meats. And not even like weird meats. Like if the option was pork ribs or Spam, fried Spam sandwich, I'd take the fried Spam sandwich every day. I don't really like pork ribs. Like they're edible, just not something I jump for. Yeah, it wouldn't be, but it has to be fried pretty good because if you've ever tried to eat uncooked Spam without like some crunch to it, it's a weird. When I was a kid, my mom used to have to hide the hamburger because I'd grab handfuls of raw hamburger though, so I love that shit. My mom might be watching, so I'm not going to say that she was a terrible cook. The like stereotypical smoke detector is dinner's done. She's just a very distracted human being. That's her problem. She'd start dinner and then 4 hours later remember. I remember she put eggs on the boil to make like egg salad, and then we left for the day. And came home with eggs exploded all over the ceiling of our kitchen. Simtoric, thank you for the tier 2 in the 50 months. Did you really not find those Ladogas or those Zvolgas, Templar, after I gave you the location? They're like super. They eat everything. I've caught them on every bait fish under the sun. Warped it by trying to cool down water. Oh yeah, that's a classic. I hate when people do that to my pans. My favorite pan is slightly warped from someone doing that. I have the worst stove imaginable. I gotta buy a new stove. Only the two small burners work, and they don't work well. They only work on like a 9 or a 10. They don't work on any of the lower temperatures. And my oven is 150 degrees too hot at 350. And it gets hotter from there. I learned that when I first moved in and set my oven for 400 degrees and checked the thermometer I put in there, and it was 620 degrees. Yeah, it blows breakers. It can get so hot that it blows the breaker, which is pretty intense. It's a fire hazard? Yeah, probably. It's alright. I know how to use it. It does cook the outside of your food very fast, just not the middle. It works well for the things I cook. Pasta, because the burners get hot. That's it. Very hot. Grilled cheese and eggs. All things that can be cooked at hot. Well, that's sweet, JDM. I'm just super broke, so it's just gonna be my stove for a while. I also have a washing machine that's on the fucking death's door, too. Out of Harbor Beach? I don't know where that is. It must be the east side of the state. Unless you mean Benton Harbor. Oh, east side. Yeah, I don't know shit about the east side. I'm west side of the state. Alright, I've wasted a lot of time down here. Let's run... I'm sure this isn't good for my gear, but... we're gonna do it. Oh, on Lake Huron. Yeah, I know nothing about that area. It's fine. There's a weird thing about Michigan because there's like, because we're a peninsula, right? There's no reason for me to really go any direction but south to get anywhere. Like, so I don't know a lot about my state beyond my area, southwest. If I go somewhere, it's going through Indiana or through Illinois, or I've been to Detroit a few times, but it's the plot of Grease? What? Yeah, see, we don't vacation up north. We don't do that. Not my family. We leave Michigan. My family was never really... My dad does. He does like a yearly trip up north, but we don't. The rest of us don't. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever... Like, I've never been to the UP as an adult. I've been, like, as far north as... Just north of Grand Rapids is it. I just don't know why I would want to go to worse Michigan. Like, it's not... I know it's pretty and stuff, but, like... I already live in the sticks. Yeah, see, Metro Detroit, I could see why you would go north. I already live in the woods. Why do I want to go deeper into the woods? I'm good. Do we have like 4? We have mosquitoes, but nothing like I've been told stories of going north. I'm like more closely related to Indiana almost. Nah, I don't think any part of Indiana I've been at is as foresty as where I am. St. Joe, yeah. That's an hour north for me. Well, no, it's not. No, that's wrong. I fished St. Joe this year for my bass tournaments. It sucked. But you are right. It is like the majority of people I know take at least like one summer trip up north. And that's just all they call it, up north. Yeah, dude, I don't know about all that. That sounds cold as fuck. Even like driving a boat in 50 degrees is frigid. What was that? Is that a pike? It is a big pike, isn't it? Is it a giant? No. They're sometimes in order here for around that size, though. I left the dick. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It wasn't doing that well for me. It wasn't bad, though. And I was just talking, so I left the dick. Not using a wacky worm now. I'm more than a one-trick pony. Somebody told me to try this banana, which it looks like a boomerang. So I'm going to change it to the boomerang. So I'm going to try it. How'd your trip in the dick go last night, Tommy? Did you end up rich? I got like 2 decent Atlantics today. We're an hour in. Not a great bag for an hour. No, a lot of Xander. So is acceptable? Yeah, that's acceptable. Especially because you're like way less than 100 silver than me. Like as a gamer. Holy fish right there. Oh, I was looking at where the arrow was and not where the circle was. I'm mad because my whitefish spot seems to have just completely fucking died. I say negative stuff all the time. Earlier I got snagged in the air. Just that my bait was just floating in the air and it said snagged. Couldn't get it out. I had a pike bite through a 27 kiloliter. But never my 35s. I also fought a pike on my ultralight the other day for like, I don't know, minutes. It ran a lot of drag. I think it came in at like 7 kilos or something on a 10 kilo fluoroliter. It was, I would guess it was this one, Psycon. There's like a lot of distaste for these devs. I think they're fine. Yeah, they ban the people out of the Discord all the time, I know. For being whiny little annoying pieces of shit. Yeah, and then they probably went on to talk shit about being banned. And talk shit about the devs being banned. I have heard that they will ban you for like just being an obnoxious twat. Which like I do the same thing in my chat, so I don't care. Do it in your game. I still kind of want to go to Prison Island just to see it, see that it's real. Oh yeah, as somebody who has like unban requests, It's usually someone like, hey, can I get unbanned? I don't even know what I did to get banned. Then I check the message and they like screamed racism at the top of their lungs. What are you after there, hardcore? Boy, it took me a lot longer to get to this small fish. Speaking of, do I still have unbanned requests? I never remember where to look for them. Someone always has to tell me how to find it. Not there. Definitely not there. Huh. I have a fish. Oh, my friction brake was maxed. That could have been bad. Yeah, I mean it's a game, right? If it was perfect, they'd be the only one. But it is leaps and bounds ahead of all the rest. This lure definitely wins for quality fish. I really kind of want to try something other than that balsa. I just don't think it's done that well. Everybody raves about it, and I know it's got all the fucking weeklies, but man, it just feels like it's inconsistent as fuck. What are you using out here, Daz? If you're just using those, aren't you? $20 to cook a hot dog? That was a very easy 10-kilo Atlantic. 2 deep runners? Oh, are you? Yeah, the deep runner seems to be carrying, absolutely. The balsa seems to be butts. I don't have a second deep runner. I think I might just try something random. They're both a 5-meter lure. These used to do okay for me out here. Maybe I'll try a Raptor. No idea what size hook it should have. That thing's way bigger than it looks. 12 o'clock. Raptor went in. $420 in the oven from cold to hot in 20 minutes. What the fuck? Nobody cooks a hot dog like this. Nobody. That is a wild way to cook a dog. It smokes too much. Alright, I give up. What, the deep runner is 5 meters, right? Are you running the 5 meter deep runner? Does it? Because I have another deep runner, but it's fucking 6.5. Size huge. The third rod feels, with a lure, always feels pretty shit to me too. Just, I move too much. Well, the weird part with the process there is to just, it sounds like it's just to get his hot dog. I'd love to see a picture of what your hot dog looks like after 20 minutes in the oven, because I feel like it's just going to be hot. Like, it's not going to have really done anything to it. It's not going to have added any crispiness to it, or... And, like, if the whole goal is to just warm up a wiener, a microwave does that. Dude, Costco hot dogs fuck. They're absolutely delicious. That's it. Yeah, it might add crispiness to the side that's on the pan. That would be acceptable. That's something, at least. That's at least, like, mildly worth your time. Because it's not like it's hard to just throw them in. Did you even preheat the oven? Or do you just know how long it takes to go from a cold oven and cold dog to a warm dog? That's, this is just, I knew it. This is, the old didn't even, so 10 minutes of that is your oven preheating. With the hot dogs in there. Best way to release the snag. Smash right click over and over and over until it comes out. If it's a telestick, you're fucked. I'm glad to see, Blake, that you cook like you fish. Just how you want. Fuck the rules. Fuck suggestions. I'm just gonna throw my cold wiener in my cold oven and eat it in 20 minutes. So you need to cut. The other option, Zaris, is to reload. Like you could just, if it's like mosquito or winding, you can just reload the map. Or reload the game. It's too smoky, Zelos. Blake has explained the smokiness of a pan-fried dog is unacceptable. Waiting 20 minutes for a hot dog is discipline. That lure was like 3 feet behind. Oh wait, no, it in a pan. Oh, actually that's true. Did he just set it on the rack or does he have it on a pan? He may have just set it on the rack. I'm guessing just straight on the rack of the oven. Now that you said that, just lay that bitch on there like it's a grill. Right on the rack. Well, this one caught a fish. That's something. But this whole area has sucked. You have the Light Pro, right? Uratalone, not the Pro. You do have an oven tray. So there's still a dish, chat. It's not about dishes. It's about the effectiveness of a 20-minute hot dog. I thought it specifically still said lighten it, but maybe I'm wrong. Does everyone take on their dog? Just ketchup. Ah, fifth. Now we're enemies. Mustard's fine, but not on my wiener. It's not even slow roasted. It's at 420 degrees. It's not like he's going low and slow here. Ketchup, relish, mustard, and onions. That's it. Like, you can't taste the dog. That's the goal of that is I don't want to taste my hot dog. Relish, tomato slices, and dill pickles. She combos the relish with the pickles? This boomerang just did me horribly. It is the Pro Light Kit. I thought so. The Pro Light Kit is very, very good for Balea. However, because it's expensive-ish for the level, you really got to be a guy who's going to spin fish. If you're going to spin fish, you're going to do it on Balea, though. So, like, if spin fishing is the way you see yourself crawling through the early game, then I think the Pro Light Kit is very good. And Uritz alone has proven it by, like, flying to level 19 and about to be able to afford a 14 kilogram reel. Hot dogs are, I agree, pretty bottom tier food. But I like one a month throughout the summer, especially. Give me like one dog a month. Like if I'm at I love like a dog and a burger. You know what I mean? I don't want to have a meal of just hot dog. But like once a month, a hot dog with a burger, it's a nice side. Some people might get like the potato salad as a side at a cookout. I get a dog, you know, a hot dog and a dog. A brat and a dog. Costco hot dogs just absolutely fuck. I'd eat the shit out of those though every day. I don't know. They're more like a sausage almost. They're more like a summer sausage almost. See, Redhead, now I'm going to upset some people here, but I think sausage is good. Very good even. But it's a lot. Like I can't just sit down and do 3 brats, right? I could do 3 hamburgers and be happy. But I cannot do 3 brats. It's just too much. Same deal. Give me a brat and a burger, or a brat and a couple dogs. You gotta eat the whole 6-pack. That's fair. I can't. I can't do that many brats. Usually just 1 brat for me, please. Has it been 20 minutes? Is your oven-baked hot dog done yet? God, I can't fathom. I thought that was a perch again. You heard the 15-minute beep. You mean you heard the oven say it was preheated? Ovens don't give a 5-minute warning. That beep is your oven saying it's preheated. Man, no, he's got it down for him. Absolutely. And that's what matters. I mean, I'm no chef. Don't get me wrong. But the idea of throwing a cold hot dog into a cold oven and setting a timer for 20 minutes is like the most... I'm a dad, and that's like the most dad way of cooking I've ever heard. Alright, no, we can't. Oh, I was about to say we can't cruise across this, we won't catch anything. Shows you what I know. I do know a lot of people who just like don't like the microwave either. I feel like they just grew up as it was like a thing that wasn't used in their house, so they never... Whoa, that was a cool jump. Nice fish. So much better, especially out here. The only water I don't like they did was Corey's. I really don't like what they did to Corey's water. It looks like static on a TV. It drives my eyes wild. Like, it may be more realistic than it was, but... I don't know who that is, Joe, but they do need to go fishing. I offered to take them fishing. Or, like, give them one of my used junk reels so they could learn how it works. Because you should at least know the functions of a reel before you make a fishing game. Like, it's fine to play a fishing video game and have never been fishing. That's cool. That's acceptable. Oh god, it's stuck in my motor again. But to make one? Without ever being fishing? This is Ladoga Archipelago. I gotta say it like that every time. Sorry. It's a giant lake in Russia. I think we saw like top 10 biggest freshwater lakes or something like that. Is real lake. Or based on a real lake. It's the newest one they released last Christmas. Which means we gotta be due. This feels like a really long window for them to have not released a lake. Wait, so the devs of... Which game, Joe? The devs of Call of the Wild made a video making fun of themselves for not knowing about fishing? That was like their, haha, we're sorry? That our game got fucking 70% negative reviews? What size reel would you say for this lake? I mean, you can do it on like HSVs. You're gonna struggle if you're gonna get spooled if you hook into a monster salmon or sturgeon, but like you could say the same thing about a lot of lakes. Cigar is probably the sweet spot. Your hot dogs are in Discord? I only ever go into the fishing part of my Discord and never look at the rest of it. There's no hot dog there. There's no hot dogs in this Discord. Are they in the fishing only part of my Discord? Because hot dogs don't go there. Oh, I didn't see someone ask for fishing advice. You put it in the cooking food pick section? I have a cooking food pick section? Look at all these, like, meals, and then we're gonna see hot dogs on a pin. Oh my god. Bro, just microwave them. Those look so dry. Oh, they talk about how... Okay. Well, they did not do a very good job of learning how to fish while making the game. Spoon lures, I seriously had to go in for a beginner like. I mostly use jig step reeling. The hunters are great. I don't know what lakes you've got, but the hunters are great spoons. Really good pike and perch lure. Or were back in the day. I mean, it's been a minute. But yeah, pretty unreal that they made that video, because that game is absolutely horrendous and not fishing in the slightest. It's made up, man. They made up how fishing reels work. That's crazy to me. Hunter's a bit out of budget still. I'm not 100%, I'm sorry. It's been a while. I will say, be really careful with lures if you aren't running steel eaters in early lakes. Because the majority, especially if you're still like mosquito winding, the majority of the fish you're going to hit with a spoon are going to be pike. And if you don't have leaders, you're going to be throwing silver away. Nah, I didn't really go to Chuck E. Cheese. Oops. Didn't realize I'd left trolling mode on that whole time. Has this hit a fish? I don't believe it has. Is it up to 40? Dude, the positive rating just keeps going up. It's hilarious. From day one, 17%. It has somehow climbed. It was. It really is desert. It really is. Like, I'm not just being. I'm a negative and angry guy. Don't get me wrong. But I tried so hard to, like, I wanted to play that game. It got way better viewers than this did because it was new and wasn't this. I really wanted to play it, like, to the point that I played it so long I couldn't refund it. Before I just finally threw in the rage towel. Yeah, the boat had brakes, but no trolling motor. And, like, so many dumb little things to just show they have zero fishing experience. Like, anybody who's ever fished in a bass boat knows that the driver of the boat goes to the front. But they started you in the back right. That's the bitch position. That's like riding on the back of a motorcycle. You don't go there. I guess it makes sense, Nickel. So does buying reviews. Because there's like, this is free. Fishing Planet is free. And that game is nowhere near. I mean, like, I could see not liking this, but I can't see how you would like that game and not Fishing Planet. And give that a good review after playing Fishing Planet for free. When they want 30 bucks. Because it's open world with your friends? I mean, Fishing Planet has, you can play with your friends. You can, you can. And by, oh, it has a much bigger world because there's more than 12 fish in it. Who cares how big the world is when it's only occupied by 12 species of fish? That hook looked massive. For this video game, anyway. All fish species swim in circles when they bite your line, yes. The very realistic circle. No, I don't. The game's, to me, really, like, that game is throw it away. Like, you could save the world and do something with it, but the game is throw it away. That they have completely destroyed fishing. It has the same level of fishing realism as World of Warcraft. I can't troll this direction because of the waves. I'm going 1 kilometer an hour and sometimes 0. At least, exactly, you see your bobber and wow. Something keeps tabbing me out. Yeah, so that was my expectation. Like leading up to it, I had said like I had my reservations because Call of the Wild had really struggled to maintain progression, and I figured they would have a similar approach or a similar downfall with Angler. Some really big fish on that, though I was going so fast they're probably already 10 miles behind me. We're gonna try anyway. So the progression being bad did not surprise me. That part I could have dealt with. What's the rod for Xander? What do you mean? There's not like a special Xander rod. Or do you mean like what technique to catch Xander? You can catch Xander on bottom rod, spinning, float. The actual rod. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. No, I thought what I said. Yeah. Most commonly, done probably on spinning. Jig stepping, spoons, and or soft plastics is the most common way to catch Xander. Though they eat a lot of bait fish on bottom rods too. I just can't control that direction. Yeah, so steel eaters will help you not get bit off by pike, but may reduce your catch rate overall. But if you're throwing away $10 lures every time you catch one, it's a give and take with this game a lot. Xander's like usually like deeper water too, so and near the bottom. That's why the jig stepping. Without bait fish, you probably won't get them on a bottom rod, Blake. I mean, I have caught them on like night crawlers and stuff, but very rarely. I'm seeing a lot of these types of boats now, these big aluminum ones. They get massive too, like with a full cabin and stuff. A lot of guys are getting them for Lake Michigan. I doubt Blake has night crawlers yet. Unless they were given to them. Pretty unsuccessful trolling. I shouldn't have left the dick. Yeah, not night crawlers. Has it done well for you, Daz? I haven't seen you landing big hogs. I don't think you can, Blake. If you can, you got lucky, because normally Nightcrawlers aren't available until Volkov. Except in like massive quantities. Oh, 380 silver for 30? Yeah, that's a bad price. That's a bad exchange. You have 8,000? You've dug a lot. I only have 673, and I try to dig constantly. 33 rhino larvae, though. When we ever get sturgeon going again, I'll be ready for 30. Yeah, that's the problem. Early game, you can't buy Nightcrawlers except in massive, crazy money quantity. Once you get to Volkov, you can buy like 20 at a time for a reasonable price tag. $600 rhinos? Dude, all I've done is dig for like 3 days. I get like 3 a day, and I dig a lot. I've been sitting on the shore bottom fishing, digging. 600 rhinos, holy shit. All he's done is dig for 3 years. Yeah, clearly. I've only used one rhino, and it was one you gave me. I am at 200 cockchafers, though. Yeah, buddy. Chafe that cock. I should have bought an extra hour. I thought I was going to be super tired now. At least I made my money back. We can see it. No one's talking. They're dead. The whitefish fucking spot completely died today, hardcore. I was there for 3 hours earlier, AFK. I caught fucking 4 and a stellet. Thanks. What lakes even have Siberian roaches in it? Only Tunguska? I've tried to find somewhere good to throw bait fish on Tunguska. I've gotten about 4 small taimen. I heard the taimen were biting really well on Tunguska, though. On the squirrel. Oh no! I have a fish! Could be a world record smelt. I can't get it off the fucking motor, though. That's so annoying, dude. I'm literally gonna lose it to the motor. It wasn't a world record. It was probably a non-flag Rippus. Oh, it was probably my last 300 gram Rippus. Cool. Accomplished nothing. No orders. I thought I had some smelt to squish. I guess not. Just don't know why they would want to code line collision. What do they then? Then they'd have to code a mini game to untangle lines. Yeah, that was a bad 2 hours. Because, like, the getting tangled part would be easy. It's the then what do you have the player do to untangle their lines? My fucking keyboard is so busted. I gotta get rid of these smelt or I'll feel guilty when they rot. Because they already have line collision. They just choose not to have lines collide together. $750 gram bleak for $50. 1 5 kilogram red char. It's V rainy here. Hey, I'm over 10 grand. I finally upgraded the brake in my HSV. It feels exactly the same, like I did nothing. Fuck yeah, I'm muted. How long have I been muted? Did you hear where I talked about showing you my dinghy? Nah, man. It's not a little boat, it's a dinghy. That's my point. And I showed you mine. So you should show me yours. It's not as fun now, because I kind of missed the moment. Oh, it's a good size for a dinghy. It's not that little. That's on the bottom. Maybe it wasn't. There's no current here. I was acting like there was. My little bobber fish are gone. Did you land it, Zaris? Congratulations. That's a big fish to land on the starting rod and reel. Hey, my little spot of weird fish is dead. There were so many little weird fish. I forgot about a rig. I like never use it anymore. But I should use it more because it had better quality hooks. Two taming a day to getting 7. The taming are in thick. I should go there to get the 50 kilogram one. Be the first. The blue Christmas spinner? That's crazy. I still don't even think I've caught a taimen on Balea. I remember Jenkins got really good at it for a while back in the day. And he's catching on something on bottom rods. Prop's losing fish like crazy. You tried a match? You have a match roach already, Rhoda? Or a match rod that can throw bait fish already? Lunatic. There's one for like one. Ooh, buddy. That was weird. He hit like a fucking truck and then just went to nothing. Yeah, you have to get specific rod. Specific match rods for bait fish. What the fuck is this fish? Hit like an absolute truck. And now it just... it better be swimming at me. Oh, it was a char. It's not even big. How'd he do that? I don't eat anymore, Tommy. I've gone strictly coffee diet, but for you, I'll have a snack. Thanks for your pickles. If this is a char, it's a really good one. For bait fish char, anyway. They're usually shit. It is a char. It's a decent one. Ate my rough. Red setup, what? Ah, blintzes with caviar. What are you talking about? I have a bad... oh, you mean the fact that it selected an overweight bait fish? It's not my fault it seems to automatically select the heaviest one. Having some deja vu here, bro. Oh, are you? It's a big Baltic sturgeon. Where'd that come from? It's a good place to turn my dead bait fish into fish? Dead ones? I have no idea. I just throw dead ones away. You could probably turn them into burbot and maybe eel, maybe catfish. Ioka! With 85 months. I'm glad I cast so far. Hammer it. That's a tiny catfish. I'm keeping you because I'm mad. My fucking keyboard is so busted. Yeah, lately that's all I've been able to catch on smelt is perch. Char seem to like the other fish. But I gotta use up all these smelt so I don't feel guilty about myself. I don't like my bait to go to waste. I'm a good guy. When I was bellow fishing earlier, I caught a ton of small bastard sturgeon, under 1 kilo bastard sturgeon, like 3 of them. The bellow spot really seems to have died. Like, they still bite here and there, but I got 4 in 3 hours, and like nothing to go with it. 1 15-kilo stellet to go with it. That's another decent char off bait fish. Ate my white bream. Let's try the old nature roach. For some reason I threw really far to the right. Wrong rod. I've lost so many fish holding shift lately, but I'm too lazy for that long retrieve without it. Oh, that line just popped tight. It's a perch. Yay. You're fishy, fishy, fishy. Hi, fish. Come on, give me a big one. Shame, Blake. Damn, that dude with the records there. Little char, little char. Hey, I'll take it. I can sell it. The worst part with the ultralight is waiting the 9 million years it takes for that shit to get to the bottom. I have so few trophies for Ladoga, like of the trophy species or the card species, considering how much time I spend here. I just love throwing out dumb bait fish. Oh no, I didn't catch one. My luck's run out. Yeah, it's still not bad, Dazu. Oh, there's a fish. That's probably a perch. Yeah, I thought so. I want to try something here. Let's see. Sink, you fool. Sink. You sinked. I threw it a little too far. It landed on that other edge over there, I think. Yeah, there it goes into the actual hole. Come on, you dumb fish. Just don't be dumb. Fish. Fish are being dumb. Oh, oh. Smart like a tree. It's a perch, though. But, like, you know, we'll take a fish every cast. It's better than no fish. I actually bet there's a chance. I'm gonna try something. How is it that neither of you have caught anything yet? Impossible. It's the wrong larvae. Dude fucking loves coffee. Did you just coffee spam to dig that much, hardcore? I wish I would have realized how OP coffee spam was. Or is it just your 10,000 hours? Congrats. Huh. I used to catch a ton of perch here on bait fish. I thought maybe I'd get some good ones. Hey, a fish. Yeah, you control them on Onion. It's got rod holders. You can control 2 rods at once. Yeah, that's really like the biggest thing about this game. I think that separates it from so many others is like every technique is available for fishing. Hello, Gengar. A burbot. No, you can't noodle for catfish because people don't really do that. It's like 8 hillbillies in Oklahoma that noodle. No, I'm not fishing for a beluga. Noodling is illegal in most states, even. That stupid TV show made people think it's like something people do when, like, legit, it's just not. Yeah, it's like the kind of thing your fucking grandpa would try to convince you to do when you were a cocky teenager. No. You cannot get lines tangled together. I think it would be interesting if you could. I just don't know what the solution would be. Like, what would the mini game be to untangle them? Because as someone who fishes every week of his life, when your lines get tangled, you untangle them. It's not like you have to cut them. Unless you're using like crazy multi-hook rigs or something, like you can always untangle it. So I don't know what the mini game would be to untangle your lines in a fishing simulator. Yeah, that's he was probably just having a laugh, Gengar. Yeah, my dad hammered a nail into a piece of wood with his palm once and then tried to get me to do it. And it just caused me pain and agony. I bet it caused him pain and agony too, but it made him look super fucking cool to me, who couldn't do it. So, like, his suffering was worth the laugh at my suffering, you know? What do I want to see this game add? There's probably something that I've said. Map markers would be really cool. Like, it's a simple add, I think, but like being able to doodle on your map and set places would be really nice and feels very fishing. Bottom rod boats. I don't know that they can... That one would really change fishing. I understand why that one doesn't exist. Like, it's still a game after all. I say that a lot, but... So I think that one would really fuck with the game. Because it would simplify the challenge of a lot of the big fish to be able to run them around in a boat. Yeah, exactly, Gengar. Three-aught hook. That's crazy. I never hear anyone running hooks that big for carp. in this game. You can float a jig. Can't you? Or can you only float lures? I've never tried the Sabrillo thing. I don't know what lures can be put behind it. Bite rate is secondary. Yeah, that's fair. I just haven't, like, IRL, that's one thing in this game that I totally disagree with. There's quite a few things, but the way they do hook sizes and lure sizes in this game, I think is bullshit. Like, the fact that the biggest hook is a 4-aught is pretty silly to me, especially when there's 1,500 kilogram fish. I fish like 4-aughts for 5-pound fish. Even if they had bigger circles, I just don't know how many people would use them. That would be one I'd like to see too. The ability to like load up bait. I don't know how they do it, but it would be cool. Instead of just having to run like one nightcrawler on a big hook, I'd like to be able to put like 4 nightcrawlers on a 4-aught hook. Same with like pizza fish. It's definitely the hardest part for me early. To like fish for 5-kilogram fish with a size 6 hook. I'm like, I bluegill fish with like a size 8. And they don't even weigh half a pound. If you use a size 20 hook fishing, it just gets swallowed by everything. Thanks, pal. Is there a trophy? Oh yeah, there was a trophy red char order. I already forgot it was there. I'm gonna try a different color minnow. But when I'm like fishing for catfish with live bait, I use like a 8-aught or a 10-aught. Big motherfucker. Like a 4-aught will barely get all the way through the gut of a bluegill. Maybe hooks are a little bigger in Europe. That's true even here in the States. Like, depending on what brand you buy, a 4-aught can be drastically different between brands. Find the bottom. You can do it. Get down there. Yeah, that's still a lot of where I learned how to do bottom fishing was down in the Gulf, fishing with pinfish and grunts and ladyfish and big giant chunks of live bait, of mullet and stuff like that. But fish eat big baits. I do agree carp are pretty sensitive. Like, I have bad luck with carp if I don't use smaller bait, but, like, I gotta imagine Xanders and asps and stuff like that eat some pretty big baits, IRL. 100 months! Thank you so much, Silent. Seriously, man. You guys have given me a pretty awesome 9 years here to take care of my kid and survive. Huh. I was catching char on this thing. What happened? Oops, I forgot I had that set. Yeah, I think 104 is all of them. Currently, maybe 105. Good, thank you for 2 months. And those sweet Bezos bucks. Whoa. There was a while when I played this game where I felt like it would lag before a fish had bit on the bottom rod. They do spend just as good. They are surprisingly, the Prime subs are still a full payment. Oh yeah, get cloudy. It's always better when it's cloudy. Big bream, Clockwork Grats. Always fun to level on a big fish. Damn, I'm already like a quarter of the way through 36. Awesome, Silent. Glad to hear it, man. I miss those Aussies. I miss a lot of people on Twitch, man. I wish I had more time to get around and maintain relationships with all of them. It's tough. And that's really what most of it comes down to. It's just hard to maintain all those relationships we've all got. Damn grown-up lives. Kids and stuff. Crazy. Cody's kid is probably like 3 or something already. Yeah, I've always said the same, good. Piece of fish is surprisingly not very good. Must not be super popular. Have a good one, Dazu. 3 or 4, yeah. It's not the trophy. But it is a decent red char. Bucks. Yeah, I just talked to Weddy the other day about it at some point. My schedule's just all over the place. Like, I pretty much stream when I can, and that's hard to schedule for other people to schedule around. But my kid's in fucking 95,000 things, and I've got to be an overly involved parent. She got moved up into the big kids competitive cheerleading this year, so that freaks me out. Competitive cheerleading's like regular cheerleading, but with a lot more concussions. And said she'll be like the youngest in the group. They're probably gonna toss her. Oh boy, I'm making myself nervous. First one's tomorrow. Weddy's so different IRL. I love that boy. I wish we didn't live on the opposite side of the planet from one another. We would be great friends. Yeah, they've all that was the funny thing with the 4 of us or whatever. They've always seen, well, they grew up, that's their life, you know. They've always seen Twitch as a performance thing, and I never have, you know. It's not really for me. Though I did get called out on having a persona the other night, which offended me tremendously. Apparently I'm not as big of a jerk as I say I am. Is it a persona if it's a fish? I think so, dude. Like, I've debated this one for a while, but... So, like, you've got furries, and then all these subcategories of, like, scalies, and maybe featheries, and I don't know, there's probably something else, like... So I think technically a fish is still a persona. Not a spurt. Avians, aquatics. Yeah, I'm not legally allowed to, like, because if I was, I would have changed it from persona to personality, because it sounds way cooler. And sharks don't even have scales, dude. They're like skinnies. That's the thing. Yeah, but like, so is personality. That's a legit term. We're talking about fantasy animal life here. I don't know how on the nose our terminology really needed to be, but good char out there. Maybe Bigfoot was just a furry. I hate to break it to you, but odds are Bigfoot just wasn't a thing. Yeah, but nobody cares. Nobody cares about words, chat. We just make it up as we go. Really? It's on Wacky Worms. I don't have the active W stick. Oh, this is out there. Here it's a tiny fish. I don't have a tiny fish. Oh yeah, I do. I just can't use them. Hook too small? Which means I'd have to go to a shittier hook to use tiny fish. So I'll probably lose it. My favorite part is that people think I actually care. That's my favorite part. And not that I'm just entirely mocking the whole thing. Like, you do you, whatever makes you happy, I don't really give a shit. But, like, it'll forever just be, like... I don't want to say a joke. It's very much real. In the sense that it exists. But, like, I don't believe humans are that complex. If you want my, like, genuine opinion. It's like a pretty open and easy community to be accepted in. And a great place to make friends. Possibly horny friends on the internet. Something to connect over. It might as well be music. It's whatever, dude. it's a funny way that people have found to connect on the internet, for sure. But, you know. Oh, dude, that lake's big enough that it wouldn't be storming on the whole thing. Yeah, just like any community. But it's become like a very, very, very large community on the internet. But again, it's like super easy to be accepted in, I feel. Because for like every one hater, there's like 50 people cheering you on for exploring your personality, you know? Which is tight. I like that part. I support that part. I mean, I guess I support the whole thing. I find it fascinating more than anything. The old human brain. We're all just products of our environment, and sometimes that leads you to fucking furry discords. Where you find a wife and go to fur cons. Who's messaging me? My new furry wife? Sorry, Thomas, I couldn't accept that. I believe it was a perch, the worst of the fish. I got some, I was talking about this with somebody the other day. I got these local folks own the pizza joint in town. And, like, they look like regular average Joe's normies, right? Just regular, totally average people. Blue jean t-shirt types, nothing special. They constantly inviting me to these fucking goth raves. So I had to ask them, I was like, you know, you guys you're not like outward facing goths here. You're not the type of people I'd expect to be inviting me to a goth rave. And like they don't they aren't. But they like the goth raves, so they goth it up to go to enjoy these goth raves, but they're not. It's not their whole life. It's just their Saturday nights. I'm like, oh, I guess that works. But I think they just want me to be a third in their relationship, and I'm out on that. Yeah, it doesn't. It was really awkward, actually, because our kids used to play together. So we'd, like, hang out once in a while at their pizza joint or at the park, and our kids would play together. Then they kept giving me flyers for these, like... They seem like swinger parties a little bit. They're advertised in a sense that, like, there's certainly sex implied. But I do think a lot of the times my, like, uh, curiosity and interest in things makes everyone assume that I'm like, I don't know. I really don't care what anyone does, and I do find it all intriguing, I guess. But like, I am the most vanilla man on earth. And I find that most people's weird kinks and stuff are just, they just break my brain more than anything. Kinks, passions, hobbies, honestly, all of it just confuses me. Yeah, no, it's sweet that they invite me. It's very nice of them to invite me. I feel honored that they thought I was cool enough to be included. I don't know how many other people they're in. They might fucking give out a goth rave flyer with every pizza. I really don't know. But I still take it as a compliment. All that shit's a compliment, man. I live in a hillbilly ass town. Like, I was this a very uneducated hillbilly for the longest part of my life, and still live in a hillbilly ass town. So like, all my real life friends, whatever you want to call them, acquaintances, people I know, like when I jokingly bring up my calendar and stuff like that, so many of them are like, I just don't know how you do that stuff. Aren't you like worried about dudes with your body pillow? No, man. Like, it's a compliment. If you want to jack off to me, like, please feel free. Why would I ever be? I couldn't imagine being so insecure with my sexuality that like so a man being attracted to me would be repulsive. But I guess that was the way I was raised, though. And if it weren't for internet and Twitch, I probably would have never gotten this comfortable with it. Next step after calendar is OnlyFans. Honestly, it's Sugar Daddy. Like, I want to make the bigger step. Fuck OnlyFans. That ain't enough money. Just shove a dick in my mouth and really start raking in the actual cash. Like, remember being a teenager? If you're as old as I am, remember being a teenager and someone being like, how much to suck a dick? And they'd be like, $1 million. Dude, like, $800 and a Kit Kat. I'm good. Let's go. Were you, Bellord? Yeah. It was such a classic conversation when we were a kid. Because we were all so, I don't want to say homophobic, but I guess that's the appropriate term. Uneducated. When you're a kid, you have like, I feel like you have more excuses to be just ignorant. Ignorant, that's the better. Dude, you're absolutely delusional if you wouldn't do it for $1 million. Like, if you're not confident enough in your sexuality to be like, I'm doing this for $1 million. Like, I even got a hand in there, dude. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna. Am I going all out for $800? I feel like I'd want to get the job done, right? I'm not. If you half-ass a blowjob, you're just gonna be there longer. Yeah, dude, for $1 million, like, you could have me for a month. Just whatever you need. Put me in a fucking hole and I'll put the lotion on the skin. Like, and I would walk away from it feeling like good about it. Oh, I'm going for the $10. I used to feel that way about prostitution though too when I was younger. Like, man, that must like fuck with your psyche a bit. But like now I'm like, nah, dude, fuck it. Money's money. You know what fucks with my psyche? The idea of working at Taco Bell and still not being able to afford an apartment. That sounds like hell. Like anything, there's lines, but you know. I'd charge Fellord more because he's a ginger and I like my soul. I like that you spelled ends meet like meat. Aren't you a ginger? You look gingery in your picture. I'm shallow, dude. I'd definitely charge less if you were a handsome lad. Like if you had a nice handsome dick, I'd certainly be like, you know what? 10% off. That's the unfortunate part of dick sucking for a living, though. Probably not a lot of handsome lads. It gives a hue in the sun. I got ginger in my beard. It drives me nuts. My beard's like a calico in real life. It's like brown, black, and ginger. I don't like gingers. I just like my soul. I've never been with a ginger, actually. I looked up my ginger crush last night after having this conversation, and she was wearing a giant foam cowboy hat that said "Make America Great Again." So there goes that. Maybe it was ironic. It wasn't. My favorite reconnecting with my old fling is I went out with my like third grade girlfriend that I had this super crush on. I hadn't seen her in years. And I went out with her when I turned like 20 or so. I don't know. Maybe a little older than that. Anyway, she wanted to meet at a bowling alley. I was like, cool, bowling's tight. I get there and she's a full juggalette. Hatchet Man tattoos, and I should have known by the bowling alley. Fuck's a juggalette. People who are obsessed with Insane Clown Posse are juggalos. Juggalettes are females. Whoop whoop. The low-level store restock. There's this. People say that they restock. I don't know, man. There are just certain things I can never find in low-level stores. since like 2005. Yeah, I'm in Michigan, so we're like home of the Juggalo. I was driving down the fucking highway the other day. 60 miles, this was like a year ago. 60 miles an hour, dude. And all of a sudden I just see two Juggalos. It's the middle of the summer. Two Juggalos, full fucking regalia, dude. Face paint and all, carrying 2 liters of Faygo. I almost crashed my goddamn car. I see a dude with a Juggalo tattoo like at least every couple of days. That's how Juggalo heavy it is in Michigan. The Gathering is here, which is the big Juggalo event every year. That's where that all comes from. They started as like backyard wrestlers in like this pretty popular Detroit area like underground wrestling thing. That's where the makeup and all that bullshit comes from, I'm pretty confident. And then music. It's funny because it's the only logo they have. You'd think after 20 fucking years of mediocre music and an unbelievable cult following, I was gonna go back to referencing furries, because like furries and juggalos are the same thing to me. Legitimately. I say that all the time and people think I'm joking, but like legitimately they're exactly the same people to me. They found a community, like a cool, tight-knit community, over something incredibly strange. They're the same exact people. Yeah, they can be wonderfully quite nice people. And their events are like supposed to be super cool and chill. But anyway. Yeah, they're everywhere. They're everywhere here. And like the same applies, right? Like the idea of an entire giant event based around ICP's shitty fucking music is asinine to a lot of people. No, I wouldn't. If they the same rules would apply to a furry, a juggalo, or a regular human being. Like if you're handsome, I'll charge less, but otherwise the price is the same. It's money, man. Money's tight. They could wear the suit or not. I don't care. Doesn't affect me. Unless you're a ginger. Well, gingers are inherently unattractive, so ginger men. Sorry, gingers in chat. You know it's true. It's funny because ginger women, like people straight up fetish over ginger women. Ginger men, you just don't have the same luck. How rude. You don't pretend like it's not true. It's very rarely a ginger on the front of GQ, okay? How many gingers have won Sexiest Man Alive? When someone says ginger man, they think Carrot Top immediately. We all do. It's just the first thing that pops up into our brain. And now his weird freakish muscles. And a swole carrot top pops right into your brain. Redhead dude from Band of Brothers. I don't know off the top of my head. Oh yeah, I'm sure there are. I just don't think that I know that ginger men don't live up to the same sex appeal standard as ginger women. I'm not a fan of Ron Weasley. He seems like a cool dude. He bought an ice cream truck and just drove it around selling ice cream after being like a millionaire. That's fun. As much as I wanted to hate Harry Potter, whatever his actor name is, too, he does a bunch of really off the wall funny shit too. Seems like a funny guy. And they're like stupid rich. Did he do a nude play? Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. He does all kinds of crazy, weird, off the wall shit. I bet part of that is the typecasting he got too, Bran, that he doesn't have a lot of options. But the fact that he did it instead of just doing nothing. Because I remember when I was a kid, if anyone is around my age, you might have read this too, but like he really wasn't into Harry Potter and he didn't wear the glasses before Harry Potter and like all this shit. So there was like a whole bunch of salty Harry Potter fans that thought he was just, you know, not right for the role, but like, and some asshole who just took the role. But, you know, he like seems to have done well with his success and not, as far as we know. I haven't heard any horrible Conan O'Brien? Yeah. Conan O'Brien has made like a living off exactly what I was just talking about. How ginger men are unattractive. He's constantly cracking jokes about it. Like half his comedy routine is making fun of his own looks. I don't know what happened to Emma Watson though. She kind of fell off the radar the last few years, huh? He wasn't even a true wizard. It was this whole thing, and like that I read all about when I was at that age and super into Harry Potter because I was the same age as Harry Potter. Hey, Brack. Did you get offered to a swingers couple party? Yeah, I think so. I don't know for sure. It was a goth rave thing that had like some real horned up attitude to it. I'll see if I can find the flyer. I kept it for a while because I thought it was very funny to show my friends. If I'm not mistaken, Emma Watson got super hot and then, like, not so hot. Nah, she's still super hot. Someone else I'm thinking of then that I was like, wow, you like went back and forth. I got back to super hot. It's weird. I watched all the Harry Potter movies with my daughter, and like I felt guilty about thinking Emma Watson was hot because she was like a child then. But like I grew up at the same age. She's 2 years old younger than me or something. Not hot enough to be a one free celebrity pass. Who's your free celebrity pass? I'd fuck any celebrity just to tell the story to chat, dude. Selma Hayek. Isn't she like she's got to be like much older than you? Oh yeah, I'd fuck the hell out of Oprah, dude. Just to tell you about it. I saw Oprah once. Like not her show or anything, just her the person. But like any celebrity, it doesn't even have to be female. Like fucking whomever. I keep thinking of dead men, and that's probably not gonna happen. Just to tell you guys the story, you'd enjoy it. What tier celebrity is story worthy? Uh, I don't know. That's a good question. I think it would depend. Like, if they were nerd oriented celebrity, they could be a lower tier, I think. I'm like really struggling to think of any actor's name at the moment for some reason. Like I did sleep with an actress once. Well, I dated her for like on and off for like years, but she was in like Nothing No One Never. Well, she was in Mars Attacks as one of the alien voices, but like uncredited. And uh, Village of the Damned. That was like her one payday movie as one of the creepy little kids in Village of the Damned. I don't think she played uncredited alien horror because she was like 9. She turned down the role to be the girl in Waterworld, the little girl in Waterworld with the tattoo on her back. To be in some shitty Poison Ivy 2 or something like that with Mark Hamill. You liked what? No, you're not in the minority anymore. Waterworld's popular now. It was a huge flop when it came out, though. Like, the biggest flop in movie history. But now is like a cult classic. I'm pretty sure last time I talked about this, it's been like 5 years. The biggest financial flop in Hollywood history was Waterworld. They spent like stupid money to make that movie. It did get a really weird resurgence. And like not that long, like it's had a couple I think, but not even that long after it came out was it. Hey 40, thanks for the 87 months. I may even have a child with that actress girl. She always told me that if I ever got pregnant, she'd just run away and never tell me it was mine. And the last time we dated, she was pregnant and ran away, but she told me it wasn't mine. So I've been watching pictures of this boy since he was born, trying to compare him up. It's hard to tell because we both look alike. I'd be so mad to find out, dude. That'd be like probably the only way I'd murder somebody. If she came back like 10 years later and said, "Hey, that's your kid," I think I'd kill her. Don't say that on the internet. So trial part 2. God, I can't believe how fascinated people were with that fucking trial. It's like two sick people were awful to each other. Yeah, dude, like everybody's parents I know. Cool. Adult couples I know. And like Johnny Depp is a fucking lunatic and a moron. Before Amber Heard. Because it was relatable, but with celebrities. Yeah, I guess that's kind of true. Could be relatable in the sense of just watching two people blow up their own lives. She, in this case, was the worst. I don't know. I didn't follow it beyond like it existed. Every once in a while, a random video would pop up, and I'd watch 8 seconds of it. Oh, that's a big daddy perch. That's a big daddy. Still not a blue tag perch. I'm upset. She pooped in his bed. That's pretty tight. I pooped all over my in-laws' bathroom once, but that was an accident. Maybe hers was an accident. No, there was something. I've always told chat, I've been telling chat that for many, many years. If you really want to get back at somebody, shit on something they love. As a serial shitter myself, it's quite funny. I've never had a girl shit in my bed out of anger, though. Thankfully. I must be doing something right. I remember one time my dad's girlfriend was giving me and a couple of girls a ride to the movies. And one of the girls was complaining about this dude treating her wrong, and my dad's girlfriend was like, fuck him. You know what you do? You go to his house, get his toothbrush, rub that shit all over your asshole. That'll get him. And I remember thinking, my dad's gonna ruin it with this lady, and I should throw away all of our toothbrushes. Just in case. I forgot to throw away the toothbrushes, though. Spinner setups for trout. The spikers and the Christmas spinners both do really well. The little smaller stuff, you're like trying to fish fillet or the stream on Tunguska. It wasn't my dad, it was my dad's girlfriend, just some random woman. Which was what made it extra funny to me, is because my dad's girlfriends lasted about 2 weeks on average. Depending on how many he had at once, they could last longer or shorter. I'm thinking about it, Wani, honestly. Like, I was looking at repairs, man, and the Overlord mech's $500. You know, the mech on my Tagara is fucking $2,500. I think I might get a second Overlord and then start saving up for fucking big rod, the big carp rods. Because you can like half-ass land some, you know, I could do like Russian sturgeon or some of the smaller sturgeon with an Overlord and a big rod locked out. And then save for Vangas afterwards. The price of repairs are fine? Dude, my Tagara is $2,000 to repair the mech. I don't know what you mean about fine. Just fucking like 8 hours of work. How long do you have to wait? Like 4 days. That's like 4 days is 4 hours. $2,000 is 8 if I'm grinding. $4 days I can do leaving the game running while I sleep. That's how I did my mech and my... Oh yeah, I've got plenty of rods. You're in for probably some heartbreak at first. You'll get there eventually. You've mastered what you're doing, which that helps your silver per hour tremendously. Who am I celeb? I mean, I'm not married, so I don't need a free pass, but I don't know, man. I'd have to really think long and hard about it. It'd have to be somebody that I found funny and interesting too, not just attractive. I have this whole problem of like not really being big into one night stands or sleeping around. I'd want to have fun. Then I'm married, dude. Mars Attacks chick is up there. She's like top 10. She's on my top 10 free pass list for sure. The 24.5 kilogram rod too low for trout? No. I mean, if you get into like an Atlantic salmon or something, depending on where you're fishing, if you get into like a big Atlantic salmon, but like that's always an issue with this game. You're never going to be able to control all scenarios. She's an actress, that counts? Honestly, that might be it, because I know we could have a damn good time. Going to Corey? Oh yeah, plenty. Corey's really easy. It's one of the, actually Corey's one of the few lakes where as long as you keep boat tickets in your inventory, which I will say, always make sure you have an extra one-day boat ticket in your inventory. You can land about any fish. Most of us here went to Corey with 5.5 kilogram reels. The lake is so small and you have a boat. They can't escape you. Run them down. I had multiple fish on Corey with small reels that I had to drive my boat over to them and then net them off the top of the water. Because I couldn't drag them across the top of the water. I literally just rode around until they're dead. Now your method of waiting until you have a better rod and reel will be more cost efficient. My method was foolish, but fun. But 10 kilo reels is usually when I send my chat to Corey. If you have a 10 kilo reel, you're pretty safe to go to Corey. Especially because you probably haven't unlocked the big wobblers and the stuff that's really catching the big fish yet. You're not running the $40 spoons. You're running spinners and stuff like that. Out there, Aquilas used to do well. I haven't ran spinners out there in a long time. Aquilas, probably the Hornets now do well. Christmas spinners are always amazing if you've been around since Christmas. At a speed of 20. I recently just learned new ways to jig step myself, but with the hunter spoon, and when I'm fishing like more active fish, I usually do. Here, let me pull my rod out. I usually do like a 40 to a 45. And I'll do a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Every rod, every lure, current affects techniques. Because the way this game... That's not what you'd seen. There's different ways to jig step. That's what I was getting at. So you'll also lose your jig step a lot if you're casting at awkward terrain. Yeah, the bottom itself. So this is actually, is that a gray trout? No, it's a lake trout. Too bad. This is a really good example, actually. If you look at the map here, so if I cast across this, I'll be able, like, say I land here, right? I'll be able to jig step till I hit this edge. And then I gotta wait for it to fall back down to the bottom, and I'll be able to jig step probably till I hit this edge. Depending on the slope, sometimes you can jig step down it or up it, but if they have pretty steep incline or decline, you'll lose that jig step as well. But if you were to try to jig step like horizontally on this slope, you'd struggle more than jig stepping on a flat is easy. But as you get to like Winding Rivulet and places with more current, you'll notice depending on which way you go up and down the current, you'll have to make slight adjustments. It's one of the really cool things with this game is that the technique is how the bait is moving under the water. On a bait fish? Cool. I love bait fish fishing, man. But that's why you can like get... I can get drifting with current on a wacky worm. You can get retrieval with a pause by moving your rod and pausing your rod. There's all different ways to do techniques. It really is how your bait is moving. Unlike a lot of fishing games where you just have to do something a certain way. Oh, that's weird, fella. The boat ticket's not running out of time. No, if you exit the game, your boat tickets save the time that they had left over. But that one I can't stress enough. If you're new to trolling, extra boat tickets. Always have an extra one day. Because you never know when you're going to be on a sleigh ride and it's going to start counting down on you. What's my goal in this game? Catch big fish. Big fish of all different specimens. Siharu, they even 23 months. I should have been doing some more tournaments with chat, but I've been lazy lately. I am getting awful close to PVA. I didn't use my happy hour yet today. I'll use it in the morning or tomorrow afternoon sometime. I've been working on... I haven't really been that concerned about PVA because I don't carp fish. I've been working on getting sandwich bait with float. I'm about the same distance from sandwich bait as I am from PVA. But see, I just lost my jig step because I dropped off that ledge. And now I need to wait this fucker to get back down near the bottom. And you don't have to do the techniques to catch the fish. Like, Wacky Worm's a prime example, man. I've caught the most fish on of any lure on Wacky Worm, and it never says anything. No technique at all. Including blue tags without a technique showing. There we go. Fighting like a char. Oh, it's awful, Fellord. I think it's stuck on the ledge, which happens sometimes. It's a good way to lose them. I had a feeling that it would have issues in the gameplay, but I never thought they'd just get fishing wrong, which is what they did. Like, the reels don't work how fishing reels work, the baits don't work how the baits are supposed to work. There's only 12 fish. It's so bad. The bass boat has brakes, but not a trolling motor. You know, those kind of things. Hell yeah. It's not the trophy that get the like 500 silver, but my chat room is private. I mean, anyone can join it if they just ask. It's just, you have to join it, but then it shares all our chat here and stuff instead of publicly. I wanted to go to bed like forever ago, but that one just got me the dopamine, adrenaline. Whoever taught me this slower jig step with ultralight, you're my hero. Has really changed some fish species, really react better to it. Oops, I didn't mean to just chug 4 coffees. My favorite part was the rod just bending. So the reel's tension would fill up, and then a few seconds later, the rod would bend over and straighten back out. Not coordinating reel tension and line tension to the rod itself. Those really suck to catch on baitfish. That fucker didn't even hit the bottom. It's just loaded with perch over there. Holy shit. I haven't tried this one tonight. Just the old... let him have it. I hooked too far to the right. That'll catch a perch, guaranteed. Mark my words. Yeah, it was. And the depth perception was super off too. Like a river that looked, say, 30 feet wide, you'd cast 25 meters and be like 3/4 the way across it. And the way when you reel in fish, when the fish got to like 15 meters, it was straight below you, even if it was swirling on the surface. All of the fish fights were identical. The fish just swam in a circle wherever it bit. I think they lose a tiny bit of value, Ura, as they rot, but not a lot, I think. I'm not sure. Not 100% on that one. Is it 50%? Yeah, I think there's like levels where they lose a tiny bit. It's weird. Normally perch are super active on sunny days, not in the rain. That's not a perch, I don't think. I mark my words, I'm wrong. What rod is that on your UI? Which rod? Huh? Where? Good, Zaris. Yeah, like I was just saying, I really think species, it depends on what species, how you want to work it. You know, like the char seemed to like it worked that really slow jig stuff you were talking about, like a 20 retrieval with a slight pause. And that's not going to work with every lure. The reason I believe it wasn't working with the hunter is the hunter's so heavy that in one rotation, it's not jumping up off the bottom enough. And as you play longer and get into like using ultralights like I am, which is probably what you were using earlier, those light lures just take so long to sink that they need a slower rotation to really stay near that bottom. The rod you were spinning with, this one, some ultralight. The Heavens Creek Palmera. Don't buy it. It's a big regret in my life, like many of my fishing purchases. I don't know. I have mixed feelings on it. It's so much cheaper than its counterpart. The reason is, so it's a 10 kilo rod, which is really nice for ultralight, and it's affordable in comparison, but it's only 1 to 4 grams. So there are some really good 5 gram option lures that exist, and I can't throw them. However, it was the cheapest rod I could get in ultralight that had 10 kilos, so. I think the biggest one I'm missing out on is one of the poppers I can't throw, like the original popper, which is super good for a lot of fish. It also limits my soft plastics and the hook options. Enjoy the lurk. 2480. Oh, you're so close, buddy. Premium gives you bonus experience as well as a daily happy hour, which improves your chance at skill ups. It's really, and nobody ever believes me. It's like got a lot of new players playing now, and a bunch of them already activated premium. It's really not worth it early. Because the main task in this game is silver, not experience. Like, Yura's a good example. He's already level 19, probably closing in on 20, and he does not have the gear to fish level 20 lakes. Yeah. And he bought it because he said he didn't mind supporting, and it's tempting when it's as cheap as it is. Or, well, relatively compared to the other purchases. At some point, it becomes very useful once you understand the game better. The happy hour becomes very useful to power up certain skills, bait harvesting and things like that. Like that random fucking. I guess it might have been out of the 3 kilometer or 3 meter water. Yeah, he is playing Weird Al. That Weird Al movie looks so fucking weird. Which makes sense, except that it's a biopic, so it's extra confusing. But yeah, so like good examples of with the happy hour, when my bait harvesting was getting really high, it gets harder to level. So I would, the day before, I would load up on a whole bunch of bait that I needed to process, and during my happy hour I'd spend the whole hour processing bait to get skill ups. But like, that's shit that you would do once you are level 30. Level late. He does a very good Weird Al, I think. I'm surprised. I think you can change it to freedom units. I don't know. I just don't mind metric. I actually don't know that one. I actually changed Fishing Planet to metric because I've played so much of this. Yeah. Like a lot of people leveling harvesting did the like 30,000 egg dough or whatever. And I was like, that feels like a huge waste. I'll never use 30,000 egg dough. Yeah, see? So you have an inventory full of egg dough you'll never use. I didn't do that. Not that your way is wrong. It's fast and not that expensive, I hear. You have 69,000 egg dough. How much did that cost you? That sounds expensive. I spent 0 silver and squished fish. 10 to, yeah, wow. So yeah, I'm really happy with the method I chose. But, you know, to each their own. It also worked out because it's the only reason I've ever leveled float fishing. Before I started doing that, my float fishing was at like 18. Cause fuck a bobber. No? Yeah, I think rushing bait harvesting. I again, my opinion is very different than the guides and walkthroughs, but I think leveling bait harvesting naturally as you progress, getting the fish pieces. I also made like 2,000 fish pieces. Like that just gives you stuff to do through your gameplay. The egg dough thing to me, like sure, you get bait harvesting early, but in a really, it's sort of like premium to me. It's like a really unnatural process that doesn't line up with your gameplay. But there's only like one fucking guide available for how to level skills, so everybody seems to follow it. No, it's not Ultima. I don't think. I just looked at it, whatever it was. Some 10 kilo off the meta rod. Oh. Rude. I wasn't even shifting that one. These are shitty jig heads. But they're the only ones I can use to again achieve that 5 gram weight. With most things, though, I've realized why the meta is the way it is. Like this rod, that ultralight rod, for example. While it functions for a lot of things, I'm gonna replace it. And that sucks, because I think it was very expensive. It is Heaven Creek Palmera. Yeah, because it's 1 to 4 gram. That's what sucks about it. It gets the job done. Unless I want to throw... I'm pretty sure that it's this popper that drives me crazy. I've tried and tried to... Yeah, this one. Tried and tried to figure it out. They don't make light enough trebles to make it work. And this popper's super good. As well as, like I said, some soft plastics. I end up having to use lower tier hooks to be able to use them. The 5 gram rod definitely worth the money. Yeah, that's why. It's 1 to 4 gram. But I mostly just use it for wacky worming when I'm trolling. So it does fine at that. Ultralights are a waste of money regardless. I genuinely don't think they have any value except fun. I thought, you know, you might get some weeklies out of it, but the majority of people get weeklies destroying their blanks, throwing lures that weigh too much for any ultralight, and cheesing the system. The only ultralight I think is worth it is telescopic. Because those just feel very natural. Like when you're bleak fishing and herring fishing and stuff like that, they feel very natural. I still haven't gotten a fancy ultralight tele yet. I just have like the lowest tier one. But it's gotten me at least one weekly, so paid for itself. Hi, bro. Did you get those black carp? You were bamboozled. I'm really bad at the silver grind, though. The longer in the game I play, the worse I get at it, too. Just don't find it that fun. So my progress will be very slow. Where's that at, Noel? From the island? I know that. What the fuck? The second one. These hooks blow. Big shame. Nothing I can do about it. Just cheap hooks. It's Richard_Hammer is the name of the chat room, and the password's RichHam, just like the emote. Yeah, because I can't get these large enough, I don't think. That's probably a better quality. Oh wait, that's still too small though. Right? Yeah. These are the only ones that make light, large hooks. Or I chopped poorly at some point in my life. I guess I could try it on a Carolina rig, but I have the same problem there, I think. Or a Texas rig, whichever one. I think it's the same problem. I have shit quality hooks. Ah, they keep biting before I fall into the hole where the char are. And I tried clipping. Last bait fish, really? Can't believe I burned up all those bleaks. About my overload repair. Hit me. Amber got a Zeman shop. It's even cheaper than the 500 bucks that I said was already cheap? My Overlord doesn't need any repairing yet. I was just commenting on how the mech for the Overlord is only $500, where the mech for the Tagara is $2,000 at the Beluga shop. And while I recognize that means the mech on the Overlord will probably wear out 3 times as fast, it's still just a lot easier to swallow 500 bucks at a time. than it is 2 grand. I really think I am gonna buy a second Overlord if I remember at Christmas time. One of you remind me, and I don't blow my money on something dumb first. Yeah, did you just skip a level, Fifth? Did you just get a level 1 kilogram chub? What a fatty. Yeah, repairs is another, like, area that the pay-to-play makes perfect sense. Because it's affordable-ish. It's definitely the best bang for your buck. I think the mech on the cigar is still like 12 gold, which is like not more than I'd ever spent. Oh wait, I don't want to leave that slack with the Nightcrawler. Yeah, 3-pounder. Roughly. See, you're already learning metric. Educational. Touch the bottom, you fool. Oh, buddy, that one hit. Not even that big. Something's eating my Nightcrawler. Because they're Russian, dude. It's probably a translation. Yeah, and in a lot of places, pickling other things is like very popular. It's funny because in the States, we specify everything else is pickled blank, but with pickles, we just say pickles. But I think that's because we have a special pickle cucumber now even, right? I think I've seen seeds for them at the grocery store. While you can pickle any cucumber. A pickled cucumber is a gherkin. Whatever. Alright. I don't pickle. I don't know why I don't eat pickles. I used to. One day, I just stopped. And I haven't had one in like 2 decades. I don't remember ever not. I know I used to enjoy pickles. But one day I just stopped eating pickles. Yeah, I've never like eaten anything pickle flavored. I find it to be an interesting choice. Pickles on a burger is a must though? No. Pickled onions. Because onions weren't pungent enough, you had to pickle them. Just got a weird food brain. I made fun of my buddy the other day for his weird food brain. And the more I think about it, I'm just as bad. He was saying he eats Miracle Whip for like months at a time and then gets weirded out by the red dots in it. Even though he knows it's paprika, it still weirds him out, so he stops eating it for months at a time. Which made me laugh a lot. I wanted to go to bed 3 hours ago. So I'm gonna go. This is it. Unless this is a hog. It's a burbot. Perfect time to leave. Nobody likes burbot. That's a decent one. My bottom fishing went up. I wanted this last bait fish to go, but I guess I'll keep it for later. Chat, thank you for being here again. Subs, tips, bits, all that shit. I appreciate you. Alice goes back to her mom's tomorrow, so we'll try to get some long streams in this weekend of things that might not be fishing, but also probably some fishing. Have a wonderful night. Sleep well. I'll see you soon.